set? Okay, it is now 6:03. This is the Town of Alton Capital Improvements Program, the CIP Committee meeting, Monday, September 22nd, 2025, at 6:03 PM in the Town Hall of Alton. Um, And if everyone would announce who they are and, okay, on the committee, Roger?
Roger Sample with the planning board.
Karen Ehrenberg, citizen member.
Frank Rich, citizen member.
Pat O'Brien.
Your users.
Pat O'Brien, citizen member.
Beth Varney, Budget Committee.
Okay, the agenda tonight, if I could have, is there any changes to the agenda?
No changes to the agenda.
No changes to the agenda, okay. So could I have a, acknowledgement or someone to,
Mr. Chairman, I motion we approve the agenda.
okay, do I have a second?
Yes, I second.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Not hearing any, we can get started. Okay, tonight we have the department heads to present their proposals, the police department and the highway department. I would ask the police department to come up first, okay?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just, you need the question that we had from like the very beginning of the year. And I don't even know if we ever got an answer on it. As to, we put forth, I think it was the $10,000 a year for a particular category. And it was written down under a different category. Unfortunately, I brought the wrong book, so I don't have,
Are you specifically
do you recall what I'm talking about?
referring to police department?
Yes, the police department.
Okay,
It was for like the septic field and something else.
okay.
And now it's been changed over to reconstruction.
Sounds like the chief's familiar.
Yeah, I think I can speak to it. I was going to raise the question myself. Todd McDougal, Police Chief. So last year, I had discussed potentially establishing a new CRF in reference to specifically HVAC was what I brought up, and septic, and basically general maintenance. And so if you see, I think we're all in the same version, 612 of 25. It shows that I have 3 CRFs, and I really don't. What ended up going on the warrant was the original one, which is PD1, the top one on that list, which here listed as building, police building expansion. And so I had raised that as it doesn't quite cover exactly what I'm asking it to do. And then when it came out in the warrant the way it did, I went back and I can show you, if you guys don't mind me approaching, I have a copy of how that original CRF was established.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You see, this is out of the 2004 town meeting. It's noted at the top of the sheet there.
Thank you.
And so in Article 6, the CRF was established for the purpose of renovation and expansion of the police building. So I presume, I wasn't part of that discussion beyond what we talked about last year. But I think when you look at purpose of renovation, I think they figured that would cover the idea of renovating the HVAC system by replacing and that sort of thing. So that was my best guess at it. The issue then becomes what I'm seeing on our sheet. We got PD1, PD2, and PD3. And then we have the 10,000, like nothing was actually added to the PD3, which is the septic system, HVAC, and general maintenance. That $10,000 got added to the original CRF.
Right, so when I do an update to this plan, I'm gonna remove PD3 because it just doesn't exist.
Right, so that was never,
We tried to make it exist last year, but
in our
like you
discussion,
said,
then-
it went into PD1. So just for clarity's sake, PD3 will be removed off of the next iteration of this plan.
And I don't know the proper way to do it, but I don't know if we could adjust the way PD one is listed to actually match what that original article was.
Right, I
So
can
the purpose of
list it
renovation and
as
expansion?
renovation and expansion, because I've been trying to mimic the descriptions of these to exactly what the warrant article is, so it's not difficult to go and research when you're looking for a specific article, you're looking for that language.
Right.
Yes,
Because I think that would be clearer for the person that's voting on what we're doing versus, that was my concern, is people think I'm trying to do another building expansion, which is
Right.
not the purpose of what we're putting the money aside for.
Yep. I can fix that.
So that 100 grand is gonna get deleted.
Yep, it's going up here.
So the 100 grand is gonna get deleted. Is that correct? We have on here,
So the new target would basically be the 100,000. So the $2 million was when it originally was established. I think that was the rough goal to do I think the original thought was to go out and up back in 2004 timeframe, 2008. So basically, I'm, for lack of a better term, resurrecting that CRF. We haven't added or contributed to that for a number of years. And that's where, if we can park that $10,000 that we did last year, which is where it's at, and then if it goes forward this year, we do another deposit in there with the purpose of having some money for those maintenance, kind of high dollar maintenance items. So I wouldn't be looking to raise $2 million in that account. The 100,000 is a target for me over the next couple of years.
So I can fix that as well.
So my mind's a little slower here than the rest of you guys. So in the capital, the fund here, we funded them $10,000 a year for years to come, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so, and I was pretty sure that was for the, the HVAC and the septic system. Okay, so that was, so on this reserve fund, we're giving them $10,000 a year. But then there's a special warrant here that gives them $40,000. So this is above and beyond the $10,000 that we gave them. This
the
is a
40
warrant article.
The 40,000 was from,
Yeah, this was, yeah, I'm sorry.
this is 2004, Roger.
So this is.
So this wasn't last year.
Right, this goes back to when that CRF that we had, that expansion one, was originally set, and they put $40,000 in it. And they added to that over a couple of years. We expended the money that was in there to do the expansion that we did do back in.
Okay. I did say I was a little slower.
I was explaining, but I was looking away from you, so, and I wasn't on a mic.
the idea was that way we could define what the actual original purpose was for that. Because we were concerned that if we put money into that, it would be only good for a renovate or an expansion. And we couldn't use it for other things, but it,
Do you know if this 40,000 was ever spent?
Yeah, so over a number of years, they were putting money into it. There was some architectural plans and consultations that were happening around this timeframe when it got established. The money that had been generated in there, I think we got to somewhere around 200, maybe 250,000 at one point. Don't quote me on that, but that's about as far as we got. And then we did the expansion again. I think it was like 2011 that we expanded out and then actually put a second floor on that expansion end. So that money that had been in there was expended for that expansion. Even though the original one was to do a full, a bigger expansion, I guess.
as of 7/31, that account has $10,198.25.
So it's been sitting with that 196
190.
for like last 10, 12, 13 years.
That's the fire department's account, the police department's account. 10,000.
Building expansion is 10. But in the page.
10,198.25.
Correct.
Yep,
And then on the next slide, it's police department equipment.
That was the new one we established last year.
Right, for the cameras?
Right,
For
correct.
the cameras?
yeah, I got it right here. Yeah, 30,000. And Chief, has that been spent?
No. The idea of this program is we bought a 5-year subscription with a grant, but in 5 years, we're gonna have to pay for it ourselves. And so we're gearing up for 2030, the next iteration of a subscription program.
So that purposes, that's what he's asking for here, to 2030, we're gonna have to pay. So I think he's asking for money so that when that 2030 comes,
We
they
have
have
money
the money
available.
to pay for it.
So 30,000 per year.
So,
The plan outlined on the printout that I have was 30 on the initial,
Right.
and then 35, which is what I proposed for this year, 35.
that's actually 35.
35,
And then
35.
we did a little more out here to get to the number he needs.
Right, right.
And something to keep in mind, what we just can't be 100% sure of is whether grant programs will be available then or not. And I think that's why we're kind of putting a little bit and then crescendoing, because hopefully as we get closer, we'll know what's available.
Right.
And may not have to expend it all.
And that means,
Okay. Cool.
But that's for the cameras, right?
yeah, the body
Yes,
cameras.
So in order to get, we added a little bit more at the end, okay, so that we could get to your
Right.
228,000.
Right, so the idea is hopefully we have a good chunk of money set aside and available, and then if we know grants are available, we'll be applying for them, and some of those are 50% matched. And so we might be in a good place where we don't use as much as we've even set aside, and we're ready for the
But
next
we
one.
have the reserve there.
But we have it, right.
Just in case. Great.
So that's my proposal for that one. This year would be the 35,000 in line with that plan.
Yeah.
And then I put forward a request for 20,000 into the building, and that's mostly because I will sleep better at night if I know there's something there in case something goes bad with the PD.
Like what?
Any of those things. If the septic
The
fails on me
HVAC or
tomorrow, HVAC, yeah, if we have problems with the roof, hopefully that doesn't happen. We just put some money in that. I think it was 2017.
This is a metal roof?
And it's a metal roof, so hopefully we're gonna get a good long life out of it.
Yeah, that should be good for, we shouldn't have to worry about that, putting money for that. So we put 10,000 towards it last year, right? And we're gonna put another 10 this year, but you don't want 10, you want 20.
I'm hoping to make sure that there's a reserve there if something tomorrow were to happen, that is beyond
Well,
what I
it'll be
can
10
cover.
this year and 10 next year, there's $30,000. Things happen all over the place. Because in the end,
Whether we can afford it.
They can afford it.
What we can.
Right, you guys are stuck balancing all that out. I'm putting a request because it makes me feel better that I have a little bit of a reserve there. And so if I gotta come up here and say, hey, this failed, then, you know, we are behind the 8 ball. We should have been putting some money away probably years ago. And so I'm playing a little bit of catch up, and I know you guys have a balancing act to do. If I got $10,000, I'd still be happy. I mean, it's just to know that I could hit or take one big hit and have the reserve there would be great. And again, you guys can balance it all out.
Well, it's just nice that we can kind of make you happy and
Sure.
the budget happy too at the same time, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Chief, I feel like I beat a dead horse because I ask every year,
Yes.
but I'm gonna ask again.
Paris.
Yeah. I've been obviously hearing the stories, watching the selectmen's meetings and the tough shape that the fleet is in. At the end of the day, is the money gonna come from the taxpayers to replace the cars? Or do you anticipate that the details are gonna pay for them? Because in my personal opinion, just throwing this on the table,
Yep.
if it's gonna come from the taxpayers, I would rather put away incremental amounts than wait for your whole fleet to be dead.
I'm tracking 100% with you.
It's fair enough.
And so where I've kind of gotten to is now the vehicle maneuvers that I've been able to accomplish is about taxing what I think we can reasonably handle as far as the lease goes. We still should be really comfortable funding at least the equipment side of it. The discussion for me now, and I'm glad you brought it up because it was kind of an add-on after the fact that I didn't have the proposal to you guys, is the discussion about establishing a CRF for vehicles. And I don't think we necessarily need to fund it with the amount of a full car each year. That was when I initially thought, I was like, I'm gonna come in and ask for $40,000 or $50,000 for a car. Why don't I just put a warrant article out for a car, right? But with what the revolving account is doing, if we put some money into a CRF for cars and offset it with the revolving account. So if the revolving account's healthy, we don't have to pull much down when we make a purchase. If it's not quite the same thing and we need to rely on that a little bit more, at least it's set up incrementally to do that. So it is a point of discussion I wanted to raise. It would be a new CRF. But it does put some more decision back with taxpayers. And again, I don't foresee going for $50,000 a year for it. It would be like one of these, a $10,000 a year or $15,000 or something like that. Again, because we are healthy, we're anticipating being healthy for another year or so. We got a project coming into town that should generate a decent amount of revenue. So I bring it up as a point of discussion. I didn't know the proper protocol because I didn't have anything to you beforehand. But I would be interested in pursuing that. But again, you guys are balancing a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, and I think our goal is to try to keep those warrant articles off the ballot. Because we don't want those incremental $80,000, I don't know what it costs to outfit a police car nowadays, but between the car and the equipment, I'm assuming it's gotta be somewhere around there.
It is, yeah.
We don't want those one-time $80,000 expenses, because then it's going to, you know, affect the tax rate, and it's gonna create those bumps and lumps that we're trying to avoid. So,
Speaking of tax rates, I was at the last, I don't know if it was the last, I was at a selectmen's meeting when you came and you were talking about fixing the engine
Yes.
in one of the
Yeah.
cars there. Unfortunately, we weren't able to speak at that time, and there was talking about, they asked, do you need all those cars? And you explained, well, yes, because we have details and we have this and we have that. I wanted to get up and say, can't you have a Ford Edge with a light rack on top for a detail, or to sit down at the school?
And
The car that sits at the school, it's just there for looks.
right. So part of the theory, the principle behind having all the cars available as police cars, able to do all the traffic stops and all that, is that you can put any of them online. You could get into a cheaper car that's a four-banger type car and have it for those types of things. That's not off the table to me, especially now that I'm stuck with just the Tahoe as of today. There's rumors that the Charge is coming back, that they're going to start manufacturing that again. There might be a Caprice coming, but nobody really knows yet. And I don't like spending $50,000 just for four wheels, right? I'm open to that. I don't have an exact plan yet, but that's the offset why we have all chargers, is so that any of those cars can go online. It's even part of the thought process I had with taking the K9 equipment and putting it in. I just was shocked by what it actually cost to do that. The advantage I still have is, now that we're going to fix that car, fix the motor, is the 7 that I drive, I can still get a cage and a computer stand and get a radar in it that from one of the other cars, if we want to put that online. That's about the only advantage that you have, is it's another one that can meet the muster that you need. But I'm not opposed to that, to have a vehicle that maybe doesn't have the engine speed. The issue is you wouldn't put that on the front line. That would be the only downside to that, but I agree with you.
I mean, because you're always doing details, so to have some inexpensive cars for details
Agreed,
is, you know,
agreed.
so it's not something that's the furthest thing from your mind then.
No, and that's why I keep coming up here saying I'm trying to figure out my plan, but I don't even know what's really available yet, right? So, and that's another reason why I didn't want to go straight to a warrant article this year, is I don't even know what car I'd be asking for. So, but if we can squirrel away a little bit and have each year we just kind of put into that kitty, and some years we won't need to, that revolving account would be fantastic and we'll just use that. But at the very least, it's offsetting. So that's my plan now, and I am trying to stay actively involved on what cars are going to be available. We're waiting for the 26 state bid pricing, and we'll see what's out there. Like I said, right now, I'm hearing that the Dodge Charger is coming back. That would be a V6. It's a little bit smaller motor, which would be great for what we need to do.
You can't
but-
outrun Motorola.
What's that?
You can't outrun.
No, that you
outrun
can't.
Motorola.
That you can't. That you can't. But so, yeah, I am open to quite a bit of options. I'm not one car specific, but like I said, the theory behind having them all be the same kind of car is that you could put any one of them online and rotate them. That's how we try to keep the mileage reasonable on them.
But, I mean, well, once again, I mean, to have the little Ford Edge there with a light bar, you know, that just is just for your details and sitting at the schools and stuff like that. And that thing will go forever, you know, you don't
Right,
have to
right.
replace that. You know, your regular cruisers, they're doing heavy duty and they've got to be replaced. You know?
Correct.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. And like I said, I'm open to a lot of things. I am trying to figure out the best way to get a good solid rotation. And like I said, the plan seemed good at the time. And as we've gotten to the same age, all these cars running the same problems all at the same time, that's the downside of what our program has been. And like I said, I'm trying to correct that, and I can't do it on a dime. So I'm trying to incrementally do it. And then at the same time, all of a sudden my availability of what cars are even available for the road have been cut down to basically one. So,
I have a
Yes.
question. Do we always buy the cars? We don't lease them?
no, we do lease them. So what we,
Okay.
yeah, so we did this back in, it was 2014 when we initially got into a lease program, and we had it in the operating budget. And then in 15, we bought like the other half of the fleet. And so we combined that into one lease.
Okay.
We had a project that came into town, Waveguide, if you guys might remember that, where they did fiber optics, and we had like 10, 12 details a day. It was a lot. So what happened was that account went way up. We were doing really, really well. And then in 2019, we changed over the whole fleet. And the idea is we were trying to keep it so that you're under warranty. And if you could keep that rotation and flip those cars, you're not paying for all that maintenance. The problem is when that job dries up, you don't make the same kind of money. And now you can't afford that whole lease for all of those cars. And so that's where, again, I'm trying to transition away, try to do something that's incremental that makes some sense, while using and capitalizing on that revolving account as much as possible. And with the cost of the equipment, like Pat brought up, I mean, it's 22,000 now was the last estimate I gotten. And so, and part of that is like with the Chargers, we at least got to recycle the equipment. Now I don't know what car it's going to go into. And so the cage fits this car, but not that car, and all that sort of stuff. So I'm trying to get to a point where it does make some rational sense. It's just given the environment of what's going on with these cars, it's hard to lock in on anything.
I see.
But to me, I'd like to have, 2 cars a year. If we could be rotating through like that and get in some sort of rhythm, it's going to take a while to get there. But I think that's about where we would be the most comfortable. You're getting some decent life out of the car, meaning to Roger's point, you can get some life, especially when they're just running details at the end, and then cycle through. So you get more life out of them. Challenges, we have a little more maintenance that we'll do as they get older. But
So, Chief, we're still leasing the vehicles.
everything that I have now, we lease. All of that payment is coming out of the revolving account. Nothing's coming operating budget.
I understand that. Are we gonna continue that, or are we going to buy the units?
It depends on how healthy we are. I'd like to just buy them. And
Co-ops, they're gonna be going into the cable business here pretty soon. They're already putting up all their poles and they're gonna be stringing them. So you'll be right back in where you were with the fiber optics.
right. The idea is, I'd love to just totally use the revolving account. And when we had that high year and everything was going really well, it would be great. The thing is that does this. And so it's, in essence, you're almost like budgeting on what your overtime would be in your personal life. You can't really budget on overtime, but you don't know if it's going to be there, right? So I want to get something a little more reasonable in that rotation. And that's where, to Pat's point, to have something where if at least there's some money being set aside, so if this account isn't too healthy or as healthy as we want it to be, I have some backup to match that. So if I can only swing a $30,000 car, but it's a $45,000 car, we might pull 15 out of that and still not turn around and hit the operating budget.
Yes, my question is, if you're making this money off of doing details,
Why isn't that going into an account to offset replacement of the vehicles like they do for the cost of ambulance runs going in to offset the ambulance?
It is, that's what, when I
It
keep
is?
saying, we have a police detail revolving account, and so, all the money for the cars and any extra for, like, part-timers don't have the retirement contributions, so our admin fee covers that, so that gets deposited in that account, and that's why I say, it's gotten big when we've had a lot of projects, but the consistency of that is hard to necessarily
Right,
predict.
because what's going on.
Right. And so where I've gone, looking at the last 5 years and taking some averages, and trying to account even for the COVID year that got things a little wonky, is looking about what I could afford. And I have gotten to that point now where I wouldn't feel comfortable to go and ask for another lease, because I don't think we'd make enough to cover it. And that's why we got some breathing room. We're at 3 cars being replaced. That gives me a little bit of, oh, okay. And now we can limp along with these other ones if they're going down, and we try to do what we can for maintenance and that sort of stuff. Like I said, my car, the 7, can come online if I needed to, because all the equipment will fit. But now I'm looking towards what's that next project. And the thing is like, I can't predict or even make a recommendation for a car yet, because I don't know what's even coming. So, but we do rely on that revolving account. That is,
But
by
you
and large,
still
if I
need
could do it
to
all, I would. But like,
Supplement it.
yeah, if we could have
Okay.
just basically a safety net of a little money squirreled away, call it a rainy day, so that if I had to come to the board again and say, hey, I'm ready to buy a car, I would need $5,000 out of this account to help offset this. And I would, like, purchase, I don't want to pay interest. I mean, nobody wants to pay interest. The problem is I just don't have the cash. And if I put it out to warrant article, one of the issues with that rotation, why we got into that big group project, was we ended up multi-years without getting a car, and then we almost ended up in the same scenario we are now, where we're paying so much out in maintenance. So anyway, it's a couple different ways to look at it. You're always trying to angle it the best you can to keep the best cars on the road, keep it reasonable priced. And I think if this committee is interested in that, I'd like to set up a new CRF that would be for vehicle purchases. And again, not major funding to it right out of the gate, but if we could start squirreling away a little bit of money there, that would be helpful in the long term.
Chief, I'm a realist when it comes to this, and I believe that the history is the best predictor of the future. And I can only think back to the chest pain that this group still has for the replacement of the ladder truck. And there were a number of years that we didn't fund it because we're like, oh, well, we're looking for a grant, we're looking for this, we're looking for that. And that doesn't pan out, right? So I feel the same like chest pain for your department at this point, because I feel like at some point the bubble's gonna break, and who knows, maybe this co-op project works out, maybe it doesn't, however it works out. I guess what I'm getting at is I am on board with you. I think we should do something. But the question is how much? And again, not to put you on the spot for it, but should we look at it as, should we reserve enough money for one car? So that way, in a dire straight situation, we have the ability to purchase one car in this account? Or should we look at it as, what are the minimum number of vehicles your department would require to operate? And we plan to save for that. Not saying what's your fleet now, right?
Yeah.
What are the absolute minimum number of vehicles your department would need to operate, and then we plan for that? Or do we plan for all the vehicles in your fleet? So you know what I mean? Especially where we're kicking off, because that's our big thing. We need a go point
Yep.
to be able to start.
Are they all the same vintage?
The cars we have now?
Well, the cars, all the.
Yeah,
cars
they're
we
all
have.
Dodge Chargers. They're all 2019s, and we got them all at the same time, aside from Adam has the F-250, the detective car.
So they're all 6 years.
Right, correct.
They all like the same mileage, basically.
Almost. So the one that I just addressed the other night had high mileage. That's a Canon car. He's the only one that uses it. All the other ones we try to rotate to keep the miles down. So if it's putting on a bunch, we put it on the back of the line. That ends up a detail car, that sort of thing. But Chris is going all the time with his.
What's the average?
Right now, we're pushing 80 with most of them. My car, I keep referencing that, that's more of an admin car. I'm at like 37,000, somewhere around there. And that's why I say that's kind of the backup plan for the sort of catastrophic of even these cars we've turned in, we've kept the equipment that we pulled out the cage and that sort of stuff. And so if that catastrophic thing happens, we could take the equipment, I think pretty much in-house, to put that cage in, to put the stand. I could have Josh help me with the computer stuff to get that connected, and we could throw in a radar versus paying the $5,000 for that canine car, which was astronomical to me.
So they're 2019s, we're into 2000, the end of 2025. And they've got approximately 80,000 miles. Am I hearing that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what has, how do we handle, how is the maintenance handled on these? Okay?
So I just want to clarify. So one of those that has 80,000 also had a rebuilt motor last year too. So we almost kind of reset the clock, at least motor wise, for one of them. And now, like I said, the K9 car, we're going to do a refurb on that motor. So hopefully we're buying some life on at least two of those cars. And we've now, we're recycling or transitioning to these Tahoes for three of them. So it's a bulk of our fleet I'm feeling better about. I feel like I'm kind of on stable ground. But as far as maintenance goes, because we don't have a town mechanic, we're relying on local mechanics to do the labor. We'll buy some of the parts for ourselves and that sort of thing, but right now we're relying on local.
And typically, how much is the maintenance on these vehicles right now, on a yearly basis?
So I've been budgeting for 10. Last year, I think we were right around there. This year, I've expended beyond it. I'm right now running, I think, right around 14,000. So part of my budget plan is to increase that for next year to make sure that we're covered. One big impact again is because I'm paying labor rates instead of doing a lot of that stuff in-house, which is just unfortunate under the circumstances. But so one of the things we used to have a very, very healthy maintenance budget back in my earlier days, before we did that lease. And part of that lease program, sort of the impetus was we can knock down that maintenance so much because it's all going to be under warranty. If you could keep that rolling, which I don't see that working. So,
Well, maintenance is tires and oil.
right, especially in those first couple of years, now we're starting to run into a lot more, we've had drivetrain issues, we're having front-end suspension, we've rebuilt on a couple of those cars, that wear and tear, like you said, they get driven hard, that starts showing itself. And not any one of those is catastrophic, it's just when they're all coming at you at the same time, versus if we're in that two-car rotation, that car that's 4 or 5 years old, okay, it starts showing some of those things, but it's two of them. Instead of your whole fleet is running the same symptoms. That's part of my logic or my recommendation on that is if we cycle through that should keep us in a pretty healthy rotation if we can do 2 a year. But again, I'm turning the ship. I can't do it on a dime. As far as back to your question about whether we fund, I mean, I'd love to have that kind of reserve and that safety net. It comes down to you guys thinking about more budgets than mine or more departments than mine. I would love to say that. That would give me a lot of feeling of safety and security that if something catastrophic happened, offset to that, at least for this particular year, and especially if we're just starting one, we have had a pretty good year for details this year too. So I feel kind of comfortable if we really got into a bad pickle. But what scares me about that is if I go down under that 100,000 threshold that I'm trying to maintain in that budget, is that I might not be able to pay my bills that I have currently as leases. So the ideal scenario, that would be fantastic. If we funded a car and we just had that in reserve, worst case scenario type of situation, and otherwise I operate as much as I possibly can out of that revolving account, I think that would be excellent.
So you're comfortable if we say we're gonna fund one car, or we're gonna aim to fund one car, maybe in 2 years?
That would be awesome. Because if you're doing it, even that little bit, if you're segmenting out over those 2 years, you can meet me halfway even if I just get stuck. And I can probably cover that other half out of the revolving account the way it's been operating, this last 12 months, 18 months. And that, good stepping stone to it versus trying to come at it too hard and then it doesn't get the support from the taxpayers too. So trying to balance that, and I know that's your job, is figure all that out.
I apologize if this is a left turn. Is there an ordinance in town that requires a sworn police officer to do these details? Or is there an opportunity for these companies to be able to use outside?
So, yeah, it's listed as being at the discretion of the police chief.
Okay.
So we weigh it out safety-wise, security-wise, that sort of stuff.
Okay.
And we try to work with the companies the best we can. We know that we're expensive. We try to prioritize the safety aspect of that. But yeah, they're required to come in and check with the police department.
So, what if did I hear the $80,000 for a vehicle?
It's roughly that. So when I first looked at trying to make another purchase and discovered that they weren't making Chargers anymore, or they make the battery ones. And there really was no sedan on the market. I found that the Chevy Tahoe was 40,000 state bid price, which was the cheapest I could get anything that was police pursuit rated. So we moved forward on that. The very next year, that was a 2023, happened to be on the lot. And the 2024 coming in jumped up 10,000. And then the 25 jumped up another 3. And so that's just kind of been the trend because they're now kind of the only thing on the road.
So what if I said to you, and I could convince the board, okay, based on this one, what if we were to start this year and put 40,000 away each year going forward for police vehicles, okay? You'd have it, we're kind of hedging on the fact that you only need 1 and 2 years, and we're trying to get closer to 2 and 3 years,
Yep.
that kind of thing. How would you feel about that?
That would be a bit of pressure relief. Like I said, if there is some.
I mean, you never know what's gonna happen.
Right.
I mean, but at least we wouldn't be behind the 8 ball, okay, in terms of trying to do this changeover. And join my friend here to the right, okay, that I get heart palpitations thinking, that, but at the same time, we're trying to hold the line in terms of the pocketbook and the tax rate, and all these costs are starting to accumulate. But by the same token, you need to be able to do your job, and we don't want to discourage that with your officers in having faulty equipment, and equipment that doesn't meet the standard, and especially safety and whatnot. But it would seem to me that if we blended this to say to ourselves, okay, if we reserve 40 this year, 40 next year, there's your 1 vehicle. And 40 the next year, 40 the next year, there's 2 vehicles,
Yep.
that kind of rotation. You think that might work?
That would get me much closer than I am today, that is for sure. And again, not being able to predict 100% what's going to happen, but with especially the prospect of a big project coming in, I mean, that'll help get us right much faster than I sort of anticipated that we'd be doing.
Well, we want to right the ship, and we also know that inflation is gonna whack us,
Yep.
so, what's a vehicle gonna cost 5 years from now?
Right.
God only knows.
Yep. Well, and again, because I'm stuck buying an SUV at 50,000
By that
versus.
time, you may be going to Priuses, so okay, who knows?
So we're gonna get them $40,000 a year for the next 2 years. And then we're gonna keep that going, right? After 2 years, we're
I'm
gonna do
talking about
$40,000. Then we're gonna do
$40,000.
40,000. We're just gonna keep on doing 40,000. We're just gonna keep on putting $40,000 in there. But yet, things didn't go bad. The co-op came into town and he's making money hands over foot. Where's the money coming from? Is it coming from the hands over foot, or is it coming from here? Now that we've supplied it.
Well, he can come in every year and say, look, the co-op did a whole lot
We don't get
better.
those numbers.
It all depends on the project cost. So if we say the project cost is 80,000, once the project is funded, then we stop adding money to that account, which is the beauty of
So
this
that's 2
particular
years.
deal.
That's not,
It's 2 years.
oh,
And again, if the co-op comes to town and it does turn into this big thing,
That
it
money-
stops. It just holds essentially until he needs it.
so over 2 years, we found $80,000. And if he needs it, he takes it. If he doesn't need it, it stays there, but we're not still putting 40,000.
It's all based on the project cost.
Well, you were talking like, we're gonna keep on giving you 40,000.
I didn't mean it that, I'm sorry, if I suggested that, okay, I wasn't thinking of the co-op at this point, okay?
I just say the co-op, because I know they're putting up the poles there.
Right.
I wasn't thinking,
They got our money to spend.
I wasn't thinking about the co-op, Roger, and it's a good point. Okay. We would stop it. We would stop it. He would come in and say, I'm in good shape. You know,
Right.
that's
Yeah.
being responsible.
So either one way or another, you're gonna be in good shape, and that's all we want to make sure.
Right, and to his point too, if you do that 2-year project, we say the $80,000, and this project kicks off sooner than I think, and we're going good, and the money's there, I don't even have to, I might not have to touch it, and we just leave it there.
And say,
And then
when
the
the
next
next
one,
done, and then you use it.
right, and so to me, like, it's a safety net, it's not the cash cow thing. The revolving account is what I want to operate and fund my whole fleet on.
Because you
if we get
wanna know what the nicest thing is, because you know, everybody says, what the hell do they need all those cruisers for? And I'm always able to say, hey, the details pay for them.
Right.
Now, when they start seeing their tax money, now it's, so,
Right.
let's just hope the details keep on doing, and that's, everybody's happy.
And that's the thing, that's why it's almost trying to be it's understanding of that part, and that's why I didn't want to just come at it for another car. So this is, spreading it out over the 2 years or 3 years, or however you guys end up doing what you're doing, it's still a significant step forward, safety net wise for me, in case we don't do what I'm sort of hoping that we're gonna do financially. And one other point too, just so everybody knows, the 3 cars we did lease, we outright purchased the equipment side. So before, we used to finance the entire project. So we saved a little bit there. I mean, I don't like paying interest. I'm just like at home, I don't want to pay the interest. So if we can get to this point where we can just outright buy it, I'm buying the equipment, I'm buying the car, and we're done with it, that is my goal. That's where I'd like to be.
Okay, we beat that to death.
We did.
Any more questions from the board?
Actually. So,
So, were we down with back with that $20,000? We were putting $10,000, now all of a sudden it's on to 20. Did we finish that subject?
I'm guessing that's probably where Jesse's question's like headed.
okay, I didn't hear what he said.
Say it again.
Go ahead, Roger.
Well, last year, we determined we were putting $10,000 into that fund there, that now is the reconstruction fund.
An expansion,
Expansion,
renovation.
And the HVAC. So that went away, and now
So we put in 10.
we're putting in 10. Now, well, we did discuss that, we're gonna do what we can.
I thought.
Yeah, if we can do
Right.
20.
I'm hoping for 20, and if it doesn't work out,
Yeah, we did it, okay. Did we discuss it? We did.
We're gonna go back into the minutes.
No, yeah.
Yes, yes, something?
Yes, if you could just please submit like one of those official forms you had filled out, if you
So
could submit one of those, so
definitely do.
I could put that with your records, that'd be appreciated.
do. Want me to put it forward as the 40,000, and then how it sorts out is how it sorts out for the 2-year, $80,000 project?
You should say that though in the words.
Yep.
It's not just 40, it's 80. How we split it up, we'll have to see
Figure it
when
out.
we,
So project total
Stir
is
the
this,
soup.
I recommend 40, and what you come up with is what you come up with.
there's a soup.
See how it stirs the soup. Chief, thanks for coming.
All right, thank you, folks.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
the dialogue.
Okay. Any discussion on that? If not, moving right over. Highway Department, come on down. Could you do me a favor? Could you give us that microphone right there? Great.
Like at the bat?
Give it right to him.
Thanks, Seth.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's see if it works.
Good. No, it works. It would be, it would. Okay. All right. Thank you for coming.
Not a problem.
Thanks. Just give us a second here. Speak to the Highway Department.
On page 5. It starts on 5.
Man,
On the 612.
okay, you're up.
speaking with Jessie at the beginning of this, she kind of mentioned that before, Mr. Kinman had been putting them together, kind of more of in a memo style where there is so many of them, instead of having individual sheets for everyone, and so I kind of lumped it into a little chart of my own, taking the past year to look at the inventory that we have in Public Works, starting with the highway department's vehicles, essentially. I do have on there, it was in kind of the plans for 25 to replace one of the pickup trucks. That was in there before. I originally was gonna hold off on that, kind of see where we fell. I didn't think we had a need for one immediately. However, now we have two that are starting to show some issues. So I had thrown on there of replacing one in 25 for the net cost of roughly 70. That would be include a plow and a sander. Doing so, I would put that vehicle in the highway department as a primary vehicle for snow removal and move the white 2018 Dodge Ram from highway into grounds and maintenance, where it's a little bit more of a secondary role. Have a couple of vehicles that own. 26 having a big expense of one of the 10-wheelers, 2015 10-wheeler. I believe that was originally slated to last a little bit longer. Again, that one is showing some issues as well.
So,
Like what kind of mechanical deficiencies?
And as far as which one? In which one? In the 18, in the
The
pickup trucks?
2015.
The 2015, we're starting to have a lot of emissions issues with it, and a lot of the wiring harness itself throughout the truck is green, corroded, having issues. That truck also at one point had a bent frame, and it's just having reoccurring suspension issues. It's to the end of its service life. It has the most miles of any of the fleet. Just trying to stay in line with that, implementation. So.
I'm sorry, so you're looking to move that up to 26?
26, yes.
Did we buy anything this year?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
What about
I'm sorry.
What about a Mack roll-off truck?
That was paid for. That funds were moved to the lease line within solid waste. So we used essentially the remaining funds from transportation to move it, but we actually haven't made a payment on it yet. That first payment is going to be in 26.
Well, that was gonna be my question, because I see here that you want to put it into the CIP plan, but yet it's paid for with the transportation budget that Scott has.
Correct.
So.
The solid waste all
Are
falls
we
under one.
funding it, or?
Just put it in your guys' chart. I mean, you have every other vehicle in there, and it's expected life expectancy, and that's a new vehicle that was added this year. But that again, we haven't paid for that yet. The first payment is in 26, and we're going to use the funds from essentially what we were paying to get rid of the trash to begin with.
Right. So suppose
can I just
it's
interrupt
paid-
you? What equipment are you talking about? Because you guys will like keep bouncing around to different equipment, and I'm trying to figure out what I need to add to this plan and take off. I'm
Gotcha.
sorry.
Yeah, so what we're talking about right now is the 2025 Mack Granite. That is a roll-off truck. That is a vehicle that we did pick up new this year. Again, the first payment isn't until December of 26.
What number is that?
It doesn't
It
exist.
doesn't exist. It doesn't have one.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's not gonna. Okay, it's not gonna come out of CIP.
No.
It's gonna come out of the proceeds.
It's a lease. Yeah, it's a 5-year lease. So yeah, I guess it would fall into the
It's a
operating
5-year
budget.
lease. Okay, so you just want it to be in the.
Yeah, I just added.
Transparency.
I get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
Well, this is.
That was my intentions, Roger. I'm sorry. It was just to get the Mac on there. Again, it's an expensive asset that the town owns. So if we should have to replace it at some point in time in a different manner.
And so, and again, just for the people at home, because people hear lease and they think, oh, I'm gonna trade it in 2 years like my Toyota. This is a municipal lease purchase, correct?
Correct.
So at the end of the, I'm assuming 5-year term, the town owns it for $1 or something to
Correct.
that
It's
effect?
it's 5-year
Okay.
lease to own. At the end of the 5th year, we own the truck. The lease payments are 59,000 and some change a year. The first payment is December of 26.
But that whole lease payment comes out of the.
Transportation budget.
The
Yeah, Essentially, we move the funds out in the transportation budget to the lease line.
So
the
we
solid
don't
waste
need to
budget.
we don't need to put it on this program.
It will be visible on the program. We've had several vehicles and equipment involved in leases.
Yeah.
On the plan, it just goes in as a separate line. And
So-
it just says,
But we're,
nope, we're not funding it. It's just there so we can see it.
I recall what you said.
Yeah, so on the CIP already currently, there's the 2016 cat grader. That is also a lease. And that was on here to begin with too. So I'm just following suit with that and putting the leased items on.
So is that vehicle gonna go under solid waste or is that highway?
Yes, it would go into solid.
We put it under solid waste, Jesse, okay, so that we know where it is and what it's doing.
Is there a way to mark that it's a lease
Yes.
on this form? Maybe it already is and I'm just not seeing it.
It's not on the form yet because this is a new
It's a
vehicle.
brand new operation.
Okay,
So,
It will be next year.
okay, perfect. I get it.
see the grader, it says purchase lease?
Yes, I do
Okay.
now. Thank
Okay.
you. Yes.
Okay, so okay, so that's a purchase lease.
Yes, thank you.
Does everybody see that?
Because I brought them on both.
Okay, great. But that's how it will look under
That's how it'll-
solid waste. Okay. Great. Okay, Seth, let's keep going.
So what I did change, last year, I believe the CIP read that we would replace the cat backhoe in 2026. I would like to push that out another year. My original thoughts were to replace the backhoe with possibly a wheeled excavator. They both have a similar cost, and just kind of assessing the need. To me, the back of our backhoe gets used more than the front bucket, so replacing that with a rubber tired excavator would kind of do, an excavator digs with with the hoe better than the backhoe does. But I would also look to put a mower on a rubber tired excavator, so my thoughts were to kind of combine two machines into one. But again, I was just pushing that out to 27. The costs are about the same, figuring about 225,000. I've had a couple equipment dealers, and as they float through, shoot me prices on the backhoe, and they all come back around 75,000 for a trade-in value on that currently. From there, moving on, 28, the street sweeper. That is the big full-size street sweeper we have. The use for that, from best I can tell, has decreased with the amount of sand that's been used. You guys used to use primarily sand, which made for a lot of sweeping. Now we're moving to a treated salt, fewer applications, it dissolves. Its usage has gone down. I don't feel it needs to be replaced with a brand new one. I think a good used unit would probably serve just fine and save us some money in that aspect. In 28, yeah.
So it's 100,000 used?
Yeah, about what they're running for something comparable to that size and capacity.
And there isn't an environmental impact for salt versus sand?
As far as,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
yeah, so there is an environmental impact to both of them. Salt, it creates chloride problems, can contaminate wells. We do follow Green Snow Pro guidelines and how much we use and application rates to minimize our impact. We do treat our salt with a mag chloride, which is more environmentally friendly than a calcium chloride, which also gives it a great greater melting capacity. It works at lower temperatures, it works faster. Sand, it makes silt in waterways, lakes, things like that. It runs off. It doesn't just disappear either. So if we don't sweep it up, it finds its way into all the waterways and everything else. So there is an environmental impact to both of them, but.
Okay, thank you for explaining.
Also for 28, the 2007 Ford F-550 bucket truck we had, that was a unit that was picked up used. Again, from my 1-year review, since we've had it, we've taken on many jobs that we weren't able to before. From fixing garage doors to fixing lights to fixing flags and taking down hazard trees, all kinds of things. We use it quite a bit. So again, I don't feel that brand new one is needed, but I do think it is something that should be updated.
We have that in for 2027.
20,
We do.
Is that
I
I
accurate?
was moving it to 28, Adam.
Okay,
See,
all right.
We don't actually have it.
No, it's not in there.
But it, maybe it should be. No, we don't have it. Move it to 28.
28, got it.
Yeah.
That bucket truck,
that was the
live glass boom or steel?
both. It's a combination. So it's a steel bucket with with a fiberglass section. It is an insulated bucket.
That boom. Suspension.
It does, and that was part of my reason why placing it a little bit sooner. I mean, I know I'm moving it out to 28, but it originally had a 10-year lifespan. So we haven't had it for 10 years yet. But yes, it does. The boom, the man lift part of it does get inspected annually for a safety inspection.
The loader you're looking for, is that 28 as well?
29, I moved that back. I believe it was originally 28.
So HD 35,
HD 35, correct?
29, I see it now. Yeah, we don't have that one on here either.
It is.
I'm not sure.
29, okay, all right, sorry, I missed the. 22. 30, 30.
How much we got in the,
Okay. So we definitely have a couple changes. I think the biggest issues that I'm looking at right now is we didn't have the bucket truck plotted out in the plan, and we also don't have the loader plotted out in the plan. So we'll definitely need to just get those in there and then reevaluate that bottom
Okay.
line.
Yeah,
It exists in the plan, but the expenditure isn't in the year.
isn't there.
And that's most likely because when we reevaluate the plan, we add on another year to the end of it every year when we go through this process.
Yeah.
So now that we have all these details, that'll be on us to
22.
start crunching those.
Seth, you show, in your spreadsheet here that, in 2025,
The,
HD 1870,
yep.
and then a zero contribution, and it's gonna leave you with 213,819.
Yeah, so I just left that in there on accident. It was from my formula I was using. I put 0, so it'll all balance out, but my current CRF is, I don't know if I put it in here, it's 283 something thousand, currently what I have.
283?
Yeah, somewhere in
Okay,
there.
yet on 7/31/25, if I'm reading this right, Jess, I'm reading, you only have 125, oh no, there it is,
No, we have-
284,
284, okay.
Yeah, it's
284,
284.
830, okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
Highway has a lot of lines, though. I don't know. Is it just one line for equipment?
equipment, yeah,
Okay.
all the trucks.
one is reconstruction.
Yep,
Those
I
are the
see that.
roads. So you, 284, so, so. And that's why with the 70 grand coming out.
Yeah,
right?
and no,
That's how you got to your 213.
right.
Okay, got it.
I should have thrown that zero out of there. Like I said, that was just for the formula I was using.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so there are two items that were not in it. Jess, do you have those right now?
Yes.
You do, okay. Because we're gonna have to really take a look at that. So the way I'm reading this, if everything comes to fruition, Seth, with your needs and your wants, you're recommending that, if I'm reading this correctly, for the next 3 years, 26, 27, and 28, you're recommending us contribute $180,000.
Right.
Then 190 in 2029, 200 in 2030, and 250.
Correct.
And if all of that is spent, and we don't know, because you may change things and
Yep.
move certain things out, okay? The equipment budget would remain somewhere around $150,000. I'm just roughing it, okay, over the next 6 years.
Right.
Am I got that?
Yeah.
Except for 2026, where it goes down precipitously to almost to 93,000.
Yeah.
But you don't, let me ask this question. HD 12, do you think you might bump that out another year?
I would like to hold tight to that one just because that truck has been giving us a lot of headaches lately and it is
A lot of maintenance issues.
a lot of
that I
maintenance
think-
issues. It's starting to outweigh,
Right.
it's starting to tip the scale where it's costing us more to
Right.
keep that truck in service.
Okay,
Yeah.
so have you done an analysis of what it would cost to actually kind of rebuild what your maintenance issues are, in terms of keeping that truck rolling for another couple of years? Have you given that any thought?
Not as far as putting numbers together, no. I know right now it failed inspection this year and it's gonna have to go down to Donovan and it's probably gonna be close to 10,000 in repairs.
Okay, so would you do us a favor, okay, and kind of think about that, okay, because it's in another year, okay? But in order to get this truck going, what's the lead time?
Depending on which unit you go with, a couple places have been putting together trucks of general specs. Typically, if you do order one, it will take a while to actually get it rolling.
And
I know,
a while is how long?
yeah, upwards of a year and a half-ish, depending
So
on,
you'd have to place this order today.
Today,
For
to get it.
2026,
Soon.
2027 plow season.
yeah.
Right.
Unless you look to one of the trucks that's put together with like a general spec. I know, in a town I came from, we purchased a Western
That's
Star.
why I wanted to ask you what the lead time would be,
Yeah.
because we're already out of time.
Right.
If you
For
want,
next year.
He needs to do it today.
Not as long as a fire truck.
as I would say to my grandchildren, we're out of time.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
In terms of actually ordering that.
Yeah.
Are you thinking about ordering that with the selectmen?
I haven't yet, no.
Okay. Well, if you waste too much more time, okay, it won't be until 27 when we receive it,
So,
okay? So I would caution you to maybe get on that with the board,
yeah,
I mean, I'm not suggesting that this is unreasonable, but
optimistic, I
lead
suppose.
times are just incredible.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, like I said, there are a couple manufacturers out there, a couple companies that are putting together trucks based off of what places are looking for.
And if we make an order, what happens at that point? How much do we have to put down?
All depends on what you go with and who you go with. So there's more variables there than that. It's not like going down to Banks and picking up a Chevy pickup. They are a little bit different.
Okay.
But there are trucks out there that are spec'd out enough to do the job.
Correct. Like
I
I,
mean, it doesn't have to be a
Just-
year and a half.
right, that's what I was saying, like HP Fairfield, just using them as one reference. They are putting together trucks built to specs that towns around us are purchasing. You know?
If you were to, if you had your druthers, what kind of a truck would you buy?
I'm honestly kind of a fan of the Max lately.
Mack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I came from a fleet of Freightliners, and they were electrical nightmares. And the service department for Freightliner in this area, in my opinion, is terrible. Other than that, internationals, they've been known in the past 10 years to have a lot of emissions issues, and I think that's true. I think they do have a lot of electrical problems of their own. Their service department's pretty good. The Max and the Volvos, to me, seem to be solid units. They have good trucks, and the service department, the parts
Yeah.
to follow.
And Manchester Mack has an excellent service department.
They do.
Yep. Okay, great. Any questions from the board in terms of this first portion on the
Well,
equipment?
on our plan, we have HD 15, a roller. Maybe you talked about this already. I don't know.
Nope.
But we have it planned out in 27, but I don't see HD 15 on any of this paperwork. So does that mean it drops off the plan? We don't need it, or it can be pushed out?
Push it.
This is the big roller.
HD 15, yeah, that's the high tech.
Ton.
Yep, 10-ton vibratory.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, I do have that.
Oh, okay. Did
Or I get confused because the HD number from the CIP stuff, it doesn't match our highway department number for the unit number, so I get stuck.
So which one is it?
It is HD 15, that's the one I was thinking of. HD 15 is the high pack roller. I'm sorry, what sheet, I thought.
I don't see HD 15 on my sheet.
Not on his supplied sheet.
Okay. Is that,
But it
do we,
says
do we still
it's in the
need,
plan.
do we still need this guy for 129,000?
No,
No, you sorry. No, I do not have it on there, sorry.
It's okay.
We don't need that any longer?
No, he said it's not on.
It's not on this sheet, yeah.
So what would you, do you need it in 27, or what would you, do you want to get back to us about that?
Yeah, let me get back to him, because I honestly thought I did have it in here.
Okay,
That
that's fair.
unit, I do feel should be replaced sooner than later as well.
Okay.
How much did it get used this year?
Well, unfortunately, it hasn't been used a whole lot this year because it spent most of the year in the garage. It's in there right now, missing the right-hand drive off of it. The trouble with that thing is, although it doesn't have a lot of hours on it, it is a 95, and high pack no longer exists. They were bought out, so a lot of the parts for that are becoming phased out and harder to get. But
But we bought that used anyways.
We
yeah,
got it for
good.
free.
Yeah,
We got it.
it was from the Navy. I do know that. Still has the tag on it.
Okay, so you'll get back.
Let's give them a call, see if they got another one.
Yeah.
They actually
I
do
thought it
have
was an option.
a lot of surplus drivatory rollers.
Mm.
So the high pack was a drum with tires behind it.
Yeah, single
Right,
drum,
right,
commonly referred to as a
right.
dirt roller.
It might not be a bad idea, Seth, to look into the governmental surplus,
Yeah.
okay, because those rollers, you know,
Yeah.
are readily available. And if I could make a recommendation, the better roller now would be a Ham,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I've heard a lot of people say good things about the Homs.
A Ham roller
Yeah.
is probably one of the best,
Yeah.
okay?
Yep.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What about HD 26? Dodge 5500 4x4 dump truck.
So that one's not on my list either. That one I was hoping to just extend its lifespan.
Okay, so it doesn't need to, be planned for 2030?
No, I was hoping to move it off.
Okay, so a couple more years or 2032?
Yes.
And then what about,
Seth, do you have any Class 5 vehicles that are approaching the 12-year mark?
Other than, I believe the two, yes, so you're talking like the 5500s
Yes.
and the F550s. I believe there are a few, yes.
Okay, and you're comfortable with their present condition?
They've been holding up pretty good.
Okay, because what I absolutely would hate to do is get to 2030 and then need to come up with the money to replace it.
Right.
Because that puts a giant wrench in our plans. But if you're confident and you have the experience with those to think they'll push 12, then I'm good with it.
HD 27? It says 10 years would be next year.
Right. So all the ones that I don't have on my list are all ones I was hoping to extend their life. Just trying to keep the overall contribution something manageable. If you start getting into all of these, just not looking at their life left in them, then you're starting to look at $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year. And I just don't think that that's feasible at this time.
Okay, thank you. But like Pat said,
Right.
and sidewalk machine. What about that?
Which
That's,
one? We have two of those.
They have the 2022 Hitachi
Yeah.
180.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree with you that the key component to the highway department with the daily heavy usage.
Yeah.
Any consideration of swapping that out to the transfer station that has a brand new 180?
As far as kind of balancing the hours out between the two.
Yeah. I mean, or not balancing it out at a certain point, exchange, because they don't use it, it sits there
Yeah.
more than it's used.
Right. That's the same thing we did with the assessor and the building department.
Yeah, you
The
swap the
building
vehicle.
department had all kinds of
I mean,
miles.
just a thought process that
Right.
you took the 180 the transfer station has, which has low hours,
Yeah.
and swapped it out with them, let's call it 4 or 5 year, 2 or 3 years down the road.
Yeah. Definitely something I can consider. Absolutely. It's
If you
not,
take a look at that.
yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. Just
Thank you.
try and balance the two.
Okay,
of them
every
up.
once in a while, like,
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
every once in a while. It's very seldom,
Yeah.
okay? But just a thought.
Yeah.
We're all witnesses.
Yeah, because my two bookends here, okay, know that it's, even if they squeeze me, it doesn't come out much better than, than mush.
Yeah.
Did we talk,
Just a thought, though.
Yeah.
Seth,
No,
you know.
absolutely.
did
Absolutely.
we talk about the excavator HD4?
No.
So
Which-
that
which jumps-
says
which excavator?
2029. But
I'm sorry, which excavator?
it says
The
HD4
link belt.
link belt.
2022 link belt,
Yeah.
145. 7-year lifespan.
Yeah.
In 29, it would be 7 years,
Right. I was hoping to extend that, given its current use.
a couple more years.
Yeah.
Is there risk to that? Sure, right? Just like anything?
There is, yeah.
Okay.
Again, it's a living document, right? So just kind of looking at what we have in the usage, because the usage changes over the years and, what condition things end up in. Trying to balance that out.
Okay.
If it makes sense and it's easier for you, Jesse, I wouldn't mind going down and sitting with Seth and,
Oh, yeah, I was gonna update this and
Okay.
speak with him again.
okay,
Make
all right,
sure
or
that
yeah,
everything- Oh, yeah,
if you've got the time, absolutely, okay,
yeah,
perfect.
there's a lot, they got a lot going on.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah.
for sure.
I need 2 meetings with him.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yep, go ahead.
who does, oh no, that's on his second page. Never mind. He has more. Bridge construction, so that's on page 7.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're gonna just, has anybody got any more questions on the equipment and,
I think we're going right back over this one more, at least one more time, so
yeah, okay.
I'm good for now.
I'm talking about good for now.
Yeah.
Is everybody
good for now.
okay? Roger?
Roger?
Yep.
Yeah. Everyone?
Yes.
Okay?
I'm all
Yep,
set.
okay. All right, let's go right to bridge construction.
Okay. The bridge construction CRF currently has about 325, well, a little over 325,000 in it. The bridge that we have slated for repair is 193-289. That's the one on Roberts Cove, closer to the Wolfboro line. I understand you guys just did one a couple years ago. This is the other one on yeah, Roberts Cove Road. I did sit with M.A. Bean a couple weeks ago, and he gave me another quote of $375 to do it, and he was looking for the spring. That being said, I was thinking of putting 100,000 in there. That would cover the cost and hopefully cover if there's any kind of increase in materials. Last year, his quote was for 325. So just the cost in guardrails and concrete has pushed it to the 375 that it is. He feels that he can hold that price until spring, but just in case there's any kind of increases.
And the bridge, we've only been doing 10,000 a year.
No. Didn't we do?
Yes. 10,000 for the bridge reconstruction?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we add 100, what's the purple? Didn't we add 150 last
So
time?
that there was a warrant article for 150,000 last year.
Oh, and so, I see.
Yeah,
Did it pass? No,
yes,
it did.
yes.
Okay, so we're really only asking for 50,000 more than the warrant article talked about. Or you're only asking. Okay.
And what do you think the likelihood is that we'll repair this bridge this year?
This year, in 25,
I'm sorry.
in 26,
Yes.
I'd like to complete it in 26 in the spring. Yeah, yeah. Whether we offset the remaining cost of that from the highway reconstruction, which I'd rather not do, I'd rather fund it out of the bridge reconstruction. But I would like to do it in the spring before, the cost goes up again. It just seems to, keep chasing it, but it keeps getting away. We put 100, we can at least secure ourselves.
So if we utilize, even if we put in 50 grand, okay, it's gonna put you at 0 for bridge.
I had 100,000 on there, I'm sorry.
You wanted to do, that's right, you wanted to do 100 grand,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? Okay,
That's what he wants.
okay.
So yeah, it would leave us in a perfect world with 50,000 in the
Right, I
bridge
got it.
DRF, yeah.
Okay. And then, okay. So that'd be $100,000 there. Ooh. Okay. And right now, we're just adding 10 grand a year.
No, not for HD 24.
I'm sorry?
For 23, HD 23. was
For
bridge
23,
reconstruction.
HD
yes.
23.
Yeah, we had
Yep.
put 150,000 in last year.
Yeah, we did put 150 in. Well, the warrant article
The
did.
warrant article put it in, we didn't.
We didn't.
We
Right,
only had 10,000.
that's right. That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I think that's, maybe a must.
Well, the question is they gonna come up with another warrant article after we put it in?
Right. These warrant articles that we don't get any visibility until after the fact disturbs me, but there's not much I guess I can do about it. That's the choice of the Board of Selectmen and others. Just like the highway, the $1,450,000, you know, that came into play. So, alrighty. HD 24, any more questions?
No,
No?
No.
Okay.
we're gonna have to see what all this looks like on the plan.
Yeah, we gotta look at this. Highway to HD 24, Highway Building Capital Reserve.
Right, yep. So on August 12th there, the board decided to utilize some remaining ARPA funds to clear about 14 acres of land at Hidden Springs. That work was awarded to Boggs Logging for $5,000 per acre. Again, utilizing ARPA funds, so we're real early on in the stages of a future DPW building, so it would just be putting away money for the future building as well as kind of covering the needs now, you know.
So the word that I heard was it was exploratory. That's why they were logging, to explore.
No. No, I don't understand, explore and how.
I don't know, I just heard that the.
Do we actually have a Highway Building Capital Reserve?
Yeah,
Where is it? Is that under improvements?
building,
B24,
it's building and improvements.
building and improvement.
Be 78,000,
No, I'm looking for it on this
778 warrant number.
778. Okay, yeah, okay, improvements. So we have $136,000 in that account right now.
Yeah,
And between Boggs and Tiger Bond, you'll spend way over that.
so paying for Boggs is gonna come from the leftover ARPA funds. That was what the board decided, was to utilize the ARPA funds to pay for the logging.
Leftover what?
ARPA funds,
I don't know.
Harbor?
ARPA?
ARPA.
ARPA.
yeah.
American,
What is that?
What
stand
is
for? I'm trying to figure that.
American Rescue Plan Act.
Yes, there we go.
Was that some sort of,
It was money that was given out, it was money that was given out to towns, I believe, during the COVID times for, yeah.
Okay.
so that's where the Boggs money's coming from, is that?
Yes,
Okay, so that's not costing us anything then.
correct.
Well, that's good. Usually, what is it, 14 acres?
Yes, 14 acres, yeah.
A lot of times you get paid for that, not,
For cutting down the timber, you get paid, but we're gonna, in that bid was also to stump it and grind the stumps, so. There's a
okay,
little bit
so
of
that's what the
cost to
5,000.
that, yeah,
It's not
yeah.
for cutting it down.
Yeah, it's not just for cutting the trees down and hauling them off, it's for pulling the stumps and grinding and everything else.
Okay,
And what about the Tigan?
Time
Oh,
bond.
that would come from the money that they have, because this isn't, all right, I see.
so the Capital Reserve Fund has a balance of approximately 134. The intent of these funds is to continue saving towards the next phase of this project.
Yeah, just moving forward with plans for a new building.
While also addressing the ongoing needs of the existing facility. Can you share with us what things might need to be needed in the existing facility?
Yeah, if we don't come up with a plan to get out of our current location, then some things like the sander rack will need to be addressed. The roof on the sander rack is deteriorating as well as it's not big enough. We have to add to it. And if we add to it, it really should have a catwalk around it. You know, you're not supposed to be up on elevated surfaces with no harness. It's gotten many towns in trouble as of recently. Ours doesn't have one, so anytime they gotta put those sanders in and out of the trucks, they physically have to climb up into the back of the truck, into the sander, with no catwalk around it. It's kind of a safety concern there, as well as just the aging building.
Okay?
I think one of the larger concerns that's also come up in the past too is from a resiliency standpoint, with it being just south of a giant dam. And if there was ever a significant flood or a potential dam breach, the highway department would effectively be gone. Has also been part of the conversation.
Well, there's some need for upgrade to the facilities inside. Currently, there's only one bathroom, but for,
The 14 acres that we're talking about here for possibly a new highway department,
yeah.
is it my understanding that it has contaminated water there?
That's not from what I've heard. Water department has tested the groundwater there in the wells, and anything that's been found is something that can be treated.
Oh,
There was no contaminated water to my knowledge.
because isn't that why we bought the land in the first place?
There's test wells on that land that the town is responsible for forever.
Yeah.
It was my understanding that they bought that chunk of land because it contained the test wells, as well as to minimize the fact that there ever being that issue.
Yeah. Okay, great, thank you. Any more questions on the building capital reserve? Not hearing any. Let's go to the highway road construction.
Yes. Keeping that fairly level. I know it was originally supposed to go to 1.5 was what was on the plan. Just trying to, again, keep everything level funded. Keeping primarily 70% of that 1.4 toward pavement preservation, asphalt overlays, small reconstructed sections, and chip sealing. And the other 30 being, structures and culvert pipe and things like that.
So Seth, do you think you're gonna utilize just about all of it by the end of the year?
This year, yes, I still have a large chunk of paving that has not been done. This year, so originally we planned on paving Hermit and Bachelor. They're up on the other end of town. The slip lining project has been delayed with some non-responsive landowners for permitting purposes. We sent a permit out. We didn't get the responses back in a timely manner. We've been waiting and waiting. I'm hoping to get that slip lining done this year, but looking at where we are in the year, I'm gonna postpone the paving on Hermit and Bachelor and just pave the remaining roads that we had scheduled for this year, being all of 11D, which is gonna be a good chunk of money, and letter S. So, yeah, there's quite a bit of money in the capital reserve balance right now, but it is allocated for.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I see it's approximately 900 grand,
Yeah,
you know,
there's a good chunk of it sitting there, but it is
Yeah.
allocated for something.
cool. Yep. Any questions? I mean, we know that Seth, I mean, this is probably the most important part of his job is the reconstruction and the pavement preservation of our roads and keeping them maintained and consistent. I mean, I think historically, we've agreed that this funding is, and the consistent level funding has helped his department to be able to maximize pavement preservation. Because if we don't take care of our roads, boy, we're gonna be in sad shape.
Yeah,
Okay, down the road.
one of our largest assets is the roads.
Got a lot of roads, no question about it, a lot of asphalt. Any questions from anybody? Because I think we beat that up a few years ago, and I think unless somebody's got something to say about it, we know that that is the most important issue that we have going forward next to the equipment schedule. Certainly, this bridge is not a surprise, but, I mean, we've known it's been on there for a while, but we don't want it to fail, that's for sure. Unless somebody's got something they want to talk about. Jess, are you all set there?
So just question, Seth.
Yep.
So there are other, CRFs on this plan. Are they staying the same?
Yes. Yeah.
Like the retaining wall,
Yeah.
asphalt crushing, things like that, that are already scheduled?
Yes, I was just gonna leave those as
Okay.
they are, yeah.
Okay. Everybody okay? Any other questions? No? Okay. SWD one, solid waste building and site improvement?
Yeah.
This new? Are any of these new?
No,
Are they an increase?
I believe this would be an increase over last.
Isn't that, don't they fund that?
They do have a revolving. This is outside of the revolving. This is for improvements to the facility itself. Currently, the only real commodities we're taking are, as far as commodities we're taking that we're making money on, are cardboard and aluminum cans. The plastic is going in with the rest of the MSW because we don't have, anywhere to efficiently store it, bale it. So looking to improve the facility and hopefully add those at some point in time so we can recycle those other commodities.
What are they looking for? Another building?
No, it would just be an expansion to that building.
I read someplace about drive-through.
I believe Scotty Simons before did have a plan put together for like another phase to that whole facility. I haven't seen it myself, but I know there was a talk about, a drive-through with all the recyclables and storage below, so that people would all be on the same level, throw everything out. It would be handled on a separate level.
Sounds like a big backup. I mean, I go in there and I don't have any recyclables, I just go ahead and throw my trash away.
Yeah.
Now I'll be waiting for Granny to get her cans, and then she's gotta get her bottles, and, I gotta sit there and wait.
No, again, I haven't seen the plan, so I don't know the actual traffic flow.
Sounds like a bad plan.
This 10,000 to me is just to add the capacity to be able to recycle, like, again, expand our recycling capabilities down at the existing building.
Okay. SDWD two, land closure capital reserve.
Yep. So that is an increase. Moving forward, I would like to take the yearly cost for testing and maintenance of the landfill cap that we're required to do out of the CRF directly. And so the 20,000 is just to cover the estimated testing for next year. I got a quote for next year's testing and reporting of 17,000. And then we're required by the state to mow it twice annually. So just the mowing cost and testing.
Right now, the balance is 41,000?
Yep.
Okay. I don't know.
And that comes out of the revolving fund as well?
No, it does not.
Because this is, so although solid waste and recycling is on the plan,
Yeah,
they've never been part of putting money aside.
right. So I didn't put this in with the recycling revolving because it's not really part of the recycling. This was the landfill that the town had before the recycling facility.
Yeah, it's kind of listed under other
Yeah,
solid waste stuff.
yeah.
So that should be added to this.
I feel like it should, where
Plan.
the landfill closure itself, the town's gonna be responsible for ever, it's gonna be there. We have to, there's testing and reporting that we're required to do. If any repairs ever need to be made to the landfill cap.
Came under maintenance. Is this a capital improvement? I don't get it. You know?
Not an improvement, no, it's just a
No,
large,
I
it's
mean,
just a fairly large
this-
expense
this
that we're gonna be
maintenance,
required.
Oh, it's not capital, it's just expenses.
It's expenses, okay, so
Well, I don't know.
I mean, why are we looking at this? Okay, this is, and why wouldn't it come under,
It's never been in here, like an operating.
I don't ever remember dealing with this.
So ordinarily, you have an item that has a lifespan and it ends up on the plan. So you're saving up for the item.
Yep.
You spend it, it goes away. So that's kind of what we're trying to figure out. How does this
How did that get on there?
fit as
I'm not sure,
legit
Seth, that this
CIP item?
is an item that we should be looking at, okay? This is more, the Board of Selectmen, you know, they gotta, I mean, this is a maintenance issue, you know? It's a testing issue. It's not something, it's not capital.
Right.
You know, it's not an asset,
Okay,
okay?
It's like a yearly bill.
What?
It's basically a yearly bill.
Right.
Well, I mean, in Seth's defense, with this being only year two,
Yeah,
I mean, we're doing the exact same thing with the highway fund. And we've talked about this for years and years, and I don't want to beat a dead horse. We always talk about it for 20 minutes and then we don't do anything with it. But we're using that account like a budget. So from his perspective, I can understand where his wires are getting.
Please don't. This is the derogatory thing.
No.
Just saying, I don't know if this is not a capital improvement. You know?
And I would agree, but I would also agree that the road reconstruction isn't a capital improvement. But anyway, I digress.
Been beating that up for years. And the selectmen wanted us to keep it on there, okay, and then, okay, all right. We'll take a look at that, okay?
Right, so I mean, if that's your request, then we can put it on the plan and then we work it in somehow.
that would be my request again, so the landfill, it's gonna be there forever, like Pat saying, it's one of our roads too.
Who paid for it last year?
It came out of came out of the capital reserve last year
You did?
for the testing.
Yeah, it wasn't on the plan.
gotta be-
It's not,
on
it didn't.
It wasn't on that plan.
Not configured.
It's not on here.
I don't know if it was on there, I'm sorry, the testing was paid for out of that capital. That's why I was
I mean,
following
if
suit and
you
putting the
think
money back
about
in.
No. So, Seth.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Nice job with pulling this all together.
I don't think he's done yet. Another page.
What about all the summers? What about this?
We have the cemetery vehicles too. I didn't know if you guys were just
Oh,
bring those with the other
yeah,
vehicles.
those are- sorry.
Page 10 and 12 has all these SWDs.
That's all the solid waste stuff that I believe Jesse was talking about that's paid for out of the recycling revolving.
All of it,
Yeah.
even the equipment.
Yes, a
Okay.
lot of those are compactors and stuff
Yeah,
that are
yep,
directly
okay.
revolved. Recycling.
Thank you for explaining.
Yeah, no problem.
So now that your first year is kind of done, how are you feeling? Getting comfortable with everything?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I am.
Thank you for, I mean, it's a difficult job. Yours is one of the most important. And we thank you for your service that you've done.
No
Okay?
problem.
Please don't take anything that we do. We're just trying to balance this whole
Oh,
thing.
absolutely.
Okay? And, you know, our two biggest areas are always is highway and fire, you know, and they're very important.
They are.
For this town. I want to thank you for taking on this job, okay?
Thank you.
You know, and, keep up the good work. Trying to get planned for these, you know, in advance, some of the questions that we've asked you going forward would be helpful, okay? Okay?
Yep.
Because what we're trying to do is, we're trying to mitigate the town's needs, okay? With, and balancing, trying to balance, the tax impact.
Right.
And all we are is an advisory board.
Yeah.
The selectmen make the final decision. We're just trying to give them a roadmap that we think is appropriate for them to consider before
Right.
they make a decision, you know? What is it gonna affect? You being proactive about that is instrumental. Absolutely instrumental. And the more information that you can give us at any given time, the better for us to be able to make conscientious, objective opinions on how do we balance this.
Yeah.
Okay? We want to give you the tools that you need, just like I said to the police department, the tools that you need to make your department work well for this town. And I think you've done that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That being said, I appreciate, I noticed on the number of vehicles you were saying, I'm gonna try and push that ahead. Well, that's always good, because most people will say, no, it says 7 years life, and,
Yeah.
we want to replace it now. You know, the thing can go for another 3 years, but, so I appreciate you looking at these vehicles and saying, yeah, we don't, you know, this one will go, this one's a real problem and it needs to be replaced. That's a responsible way of looking at things, and we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank
We
you.
do.
Thank you. Yeah, just trying to balance out what's being used the most, what's not, exactly what we can stretch out and what we can't. And as well as also trying to take in, are we starting to lose money on that? Is its resale value gone? Is it, you know, just trying to keep that all in play.
I took to heart when you said that the dump truck was giving you maintenance issues, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Yeah.
okay? If you can't use it, utilize it because it's not working properly.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Okay, anybody got any more questions?
No.
No? Seth, thank you very much.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll get in touch with you after I update the plan, and then we can sit again and make sure I've captured everything correctly.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So,
Thanks, Dave.
Okay. To the agenda. All right, does anybody have anything that they want to talk about, further discussion? Any questions on what we just heard from the police department and highway department? I mean, we got a lot of input that we got to do on the highway department, so, I think we.
How did things go last week with the fire department?
No changes.
No, the meeting actually went fairly quickly because there was no new additions. Status quo.
Good.
Yep.
Now, I did understand that, or did I hear it correctly, that we're proposing to put $300,000 per year into a fire department fund for the fire building? Did I hear that? No?
We did that.
I think that might have been something that happened at the select board level at the end of the year.
Actually, there is a request for 300,000.
The select board put in 300 grand.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes, they did.
into the, okay, which I don't know if anybody else knew about it. I certainly didn't know. Okay, but was there conversation of putting $300,000 per year in that? So that's a big hit.
So who was gonna put the money, the selectmen or? We got a
Were
budget.
they suggesting that this board put that in?
That was the request, 300,000.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's the request, is
So
300,000.
the selectmen put in the 3 last year, and
So the selectmen put in 300 grand for 2025, and they're recommending that we put in $300,000 every year going forward.
That is the request from the fire chief, yes.
So 6 years from now, we'll have approximately $1,800,000. Do the selectmen think that they're gonna be able to build a fire station for $1.8 million? Why are we doing this? What was the rationale?
Well, we got a selectman, we can ask them.
Pat,
I'm gonna try really hard to not blur lines.
what?
I need to try very hard to not blur lines. It's not my department,
Okay,
and I'm not in that capacity, so.
okay. But did anybody ask the question, why are we doing it? Or we just arbitrarily,
I believe the thought of building a new fire station is dwindling.
yeah,
And there was some thoughts about potentially doing yet another addition on top of the 7 additions the building has already had. But I'm not 100% sure. I am not privy to that information, but that was a comment that the chief had made.
I see.
Right, so they want to do a feasibility study to see if it's a new building or if it's a renovation. So part of this money is going towards that initially. That's what's in his paperwork.
Okay.
The
So-
300,000 was for a feasibility study?
Well, no, but from what I understood the chief said, okay, was, the selectmen put in $300,000 for whatever, okay? And he wants to put $300,000 into the building capital fund on a yearly basis. And I'm assuming that he got that, approval or suggestion from the selectmen.
I think the other thing you have to keep in mind too is there's 4 fire stations that are all covered by this one account.
Yeah, yeah,
And they're all in various stages of,
disrepair.
not disrepair, but, I mean, they're all 1970s or older,
Yeah,
so.
but
And the chief did say that
I
this
mean-
dollar amount was based off of what he knew the Farmington station cost when they built that. And he was hoping, because that was fire, police combination, that just fire alone would keep it, I think, a little.
I mean, if the $1.8 million over the 6 years is for renovations and improvements to the existing buildings, that's one thing. But if the $1.8 million is for a new facility, I mean, that's nowhere near what is gonna be needed.
Well, that was what I said. I didn't think it was gonna
Okay.
be $1.8 million. I thought they were way too low
Yeah,
for a new building.
but for a new building.
Yeah.
And this town has no bond. I mean, now that the school is paid off and everything, we have no bonds out there. I mean, the fire departments that I know that were just built in the surrounding area ranged anywhere from 8 to 11 million.
They're expensive.
I mean, we should have been reserving for this, I mean, if this was the case, we should have been reserving 300 grand 20 years ago, you know? I mean, and it should be, I mean, we have 4 stations, I hear you, oh my God. So, I
Think of
would
feasibility
love to get
study.
more commentary on this 300 grand, because this really whacks our numbers, okay, in terms of what this board has tried to mitigate in terms of the $1.25. I mean, we're gonna be, with everything, with all the other requests, we're gonna be at $2
It might be, yeah.
Based on real rough math, we're about 600,000 more total. On top of the 29 million.
You mean for 26?
You mean for 26, not,
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah,
right. I mean, it's not 29 million.
right, yeah, no, it's 3.7.
3 points, so it's a $600,000 increase is 17%,
20, yeah.
18% increase.
Has there been any type of study at all on the possible costs and what's needed for the station yet? For the fire station yet? I don't know.
It's been 2 years since I've personally been involved with that.
Well, I'm just asking,
So Jess, can we ask the fire chief to give us kind of an accounting of what
Because,
what the $300,000 would be? Or maybe you guys, maybe he said what the 300,000, did he say what the 300,000?
no, I didn't, I mean, they want to do a feasibility study, I have no idea what that's gonna cost. Engineering study and stuff, had the board discussed it? Yeah, I think maybe somebody needs to make some calls to find if there's something like that would cost, and then look at that process first.
Okay, so,
Because it's kind of hard to plan something when you don't know what you're planning for.
wow. I regret not being here. That's what I had heard, and I'm saying, maybe I heard things. Maybe I didn't hear it right. Wow. That's gonna be interesting. Okay. Let's. Any more discussion on that at this point? I think, I think if, unless somebody feels differently, I'm gonna give a buzz to the fire chief and try to get some more clarification on that. Okay? All right? Is that all right with everybody? Okay, and I will report back to the group. Okay. Public input. Is there anyone here that would love to speak to the public in terms of anything that they would like to talk about?
Can I get your microphone? You can take.
Would you please state your name?
Yes, Richard Shea, a member of the Board of Selectmen, but speaking strictly as an individual. One item, going forward, and this is a process that apparently is very true in New Hampshire and particularly in Alton, that I hadn't seen in other towns and states, and that is the practice of attempting to put a few $100,000 away for an item that has definitely cost millions, if not tens of millions. You don't even make a dent in it. And I wonder if we're fooling the public by saying, oh, we're putting 100 this year, 100 next year, 100 next year, and then the building's going to cost $1 million. We are going to have to bond. That'll probably cost me being reelected, but at some point between a highway garage and a fire station complete rebuild and repair upgrade of the other fire stations, we're going to have to take out a major bond, or maybe even more than one. Second thing, I really appreciate the efforts that this board goes through, because I would, as a selectman, hate to go into this decision process cold turkey without the questions that you're raising and the answers that you're digging up and the issues that you're digging up. You just can't sit there at a meeting and have somebody sit and make a presentation. Automatically you say, oh, I see all the headaches with this. But with the background work that you guys do, we may probably change some things and you'll wonder what the heck we were thinking of. And it might be a reasonable question depending on the item. But the fact that you do all this digging and analysis ahead of time raises, I'm sure, the confidence level of the board in terms of making the right decision for the people. And for that, I know you're only advisory, but you're advisory with some weight, at least in my feeling, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just question. So, I mean, like Rich says, I mean, we're putting $300,000 here and it's not even gonna buy the front steps. And you're already saying, this is a bond issue. So where's the issue? Is it for us to mess up our budget? Or should it just go to the bond issue where it belongs? Crickets.
I think those are decisions we have to make. It's not appropriate for Mr. Shea to state it.
Is that a decision that we can make? We can,
I think we can immediately just say, we're not gonna put that 300 grand in.
okay,
You know?
so
Let if the selectmen want to choose to do that every year, so be it. They made that choice this year. We didn't have it in our budget, okay? We didn't have it, Roger, okay? That's why I get a little bit twisted, okay, because we make recommendations and then we get surprises for the next year, you know? But, you know, if the $1.8 million is gonna be used for improvements and we're not gonna do a fire station for a long time, that's a little different story.
It is.
Okay, then we're reserving for a fire station. So I want to get some clarity for this board. And I hope you'll let me just further this with the fire chief and actually talk to some of the Board of Selectmen about what was the reasoning behind the 300 grand that they approved and put into a warrant article? Okay, that was approved by the town, which is fine. You know, if the town members want it, they want it. But what were they told? I'm trying to remember what the hell they were told, you know, that the 300,000 was gonna be used for. You know, I'm sure it was for something. Maybe it is for a
Feasibility study.
feasibility study. I mean, that's a lot of money for a feasibility, yeah, for a feasibility study, but so that be it. Okay. All righty. Hearing no more other public input, do October 7th, everybody's cool with that? October 21st, November 18th? Everyone's, and please, these planning board committee to meet the planning board on the 21st and the 18th. Please know that you're all invited to be with me, okay? And then we meet in November, December, with the selectmen. I will entertain an adjournment.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thank you.
Technology.
Because I didn't get all our minutes.
Yeah.
Gotta go.